What's up, cool people? How's everybody doing today? Welcome to another live stream. And, yeah, so, of course, I'm in the midst of playing through Kingdom Hearts 2 for the Tuesday streams, but where I'm at right now, there's not really a whole lot to do, like, side quest-wise. And I just realized I need to change the, stream category on Twitch. But anyway, so what I'm actually going to be doing today is kind of another one of my rinse and review, as I like to call them, type of streams. So I'll be looking at the game Earthlock, kind of recording a review for it, giving my thoughts on the game, and after that we'll hop into sort of the more typical anchor for Saturday's PowerWash Simulator. So, yeah. That's kind of the general rundown. I'll go ahead and get the early Twitch ad break out of the way, and then we can get rolling with things here. Okay. And that means I can sort of phase out the music here. And then hop over to this. I'm pretty sure that corner right there is the best spot for my webcam while I'm recording Earthlock stuff. Because I know, like, in the main part of the world map, or at least I'm pretty sure in the main part of the world, map shows up bottom right. In battle, health shows up top left. So, yeah, anyway. I recently wrapped up this game. Well, yeah. Based on video release dates anyway. I fairly recently wrapped this up over on the Same Spirit Gaming channel, which is only on YouTube thus far. So, like, if you're wanting to see an actual, like, full playthrough of this, go ahead and check those videos out over there. This is just gonna be me, like, trying to do a fairly decent job of actually, like, reviewing the game. And we got an early raid from Achaeus. No, wait, Achaicus. Missed a C in there. Achaicus. To you. Anyway, howdy. Hope you're doing well. I'm not in the game yet. I'm about to start playing it. Feel free to leave stuff in the comments. Just know I might not get to it right away. I am about to try and record, like, a review of it. Found me because of the tag Christian. Okay. I appreciate the follow and all of that. Definitely down with Christian streamers supporting each other and all that. So, before I really dive in, since you seem to be new here, my name's Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer. And if I'm going to sum things up, I would pretty much, as far as what I do here in streams and all that, I would say I'm a random Christian guy playing random games, trying to connect with random people and help answer their random questions, whether it be about God, faith, the Bible, or anything else that they've got in mind. So, yeah, that's me in a nutshell and what I do on the channel here. So I'm planning to, at least today, pretty much get into Earthlock here and review it a little bit, maybe for like half an hour or so, And then I'll just kind of be chilling out, taking it easy, playing some PowerWash Simulator in the meantime while I leave it much more open for, interactions with chat. May have to purchase all the games I like to play for you. So right now, my main playthrough in my other live streams is I'm going through the Kingdom Hearts series right now. I'm in Kingdom Hearts 2, but if you have any suggestions for games, I will try to eventually get to them, even if not right away, just because of things I'm currently working through. But yeah, all those ideas, support, interaction, all that kind of stuff, I'm cool with it as long as you're cool with me, not necessarily like, right away hopping on board whatever it is you're suggesting. Okay. So anyway, thanks for the raid, dropping in, chatting. Feel free to continue. I'll just be going about what I've got planned here in a moment. I will be recording stuff here soon, just so you know. So if that... I don't mind you still leaving comments in the chat, but if you feel like maybe you shouldn't because of that, I figure I should let you know. Glory in the giving, no biggie. Yeah, at the rate I'm going through the Kingdom Hearts series, it would definitely be a while, but it's something I could... these Saturday streams are a lot more open, so it might be something I could hop into just more casually in these streams. Tuesdays and Saturdays are my typical days right now. Anyway. Okay. So, let me go ahead and hit record here. Actually, I'll take my webcam out of it first, because that's how I prefer to start off the actual, recorded videos where I'm, reviewing stuff. Anyway, here we go. What's up, cool people? My name's Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer, coming at you with another game review. And today we're looking at Earthlock. Now this is more specifically the 2018 version of the game. I know there's one from 2016 that also has the subtitle Festival of Magic. It's pretty... I couldn't even tell you offhand what the differences are between the two versions, but it's very similar. I will say that. I have gone all the way through the game already. I haven't quite done everything that there is to do, but I have done a lot of it. So this is kind of like your, I don't know, home base of sorts throughout the game. Let me pull up the map here. If you're in, pretty much any of these other spots, you'll see smaller versions of this, frog statue kind of thing here. And those are, where you can warp to different points, except you have to warp back here first to warp anywhere else. So I guess this is kind of the home base in that regard. You got, plants and stuff that you eventually get, which you can grow, and those will give you resources for crafting some things. You've got all sorts of other ways of crafting things, of getting materials, and all sorts of just little things here and there that are fairly important if you want to play the game the best way that it can be played. Here's where you craft some of the, like, healing items and or ammo for some of the weapons. Not every character's attacks need ammo, though, which is nice that you don't have to worry a whole lot about that. You get a grand total of 6 playable characters throughout the game, and if you couldn't tell, level 20 is the maximum. Which, because of that level max, it makes the game generally pretty challenging throughout. Now, I mean, at level 20, if I go back to, like, the earliest areas, those aren't going to be much of a challenge for me. But it's pretty easy to go through the game and, like, have the different boss fights in particular be quite challenging as you go, to the point where you might even need to think pretty carefully about which characters you're using, how you're using them, and things like that. So here's kind of like the overworld area. Let me get into a battle here for you so you can see what that's like. So as you get close to the enemies, they'll pretty much notice you. If you press B, at least on Xbox, if you press B, it'll give you the sort of initiative in the battle. So, let me go ahead. So, we've got a few different types of characters, as is typical for, you know, RPG-style games. Some of them are more magic-based. Some of them are more, like, physical attack-based. And different types are generally better for fighting certain enemies. There's also, like, elemental strengths and weaknesses to consider and things like that. So, yeah. Fairly typical RPG elements going on, so if that's the kind of game that you're into, it's not a bad choice, depending on the price point. This game can kind of feel a bit on the shorter side of things. Especially, like, side quests in particular aren't generally going to take you forever relative to most RPGs. Combat's turn-based, as you can tell there. This might be... I've got a side quest currently where I need to collect a certain type of flower, I think. And I'm pretty sure that was it. Let me actually take a look at the quest log here. Okay. I need 9 more of those, I'm guessing. If I gather enough of those, then I can trade those into a certain character to get an ingredient that I need for another side quest, basically. Also, in the overworld, and as you're moving around in different areas, the characters have different abilities, things that they can and can't do. Nart here is the only one that can pick up the plants and harvest them. And then there's trying to think of what else the other characters do. Ammon, who's the guy who's about to attack right here, he can, like, look through scrap piles and find resources and stuff that way. The robot called Pat here that just attacked and is about to attack again, he can, like, move really fast in the overworld. Taika, the dog-type creature there, is able to, like, kind of dig for things and sniff stuff out like that. That's how I'm supposed to get those things. I was wondering how I'm supposed to get those little floating critters that were around there. I've had the darndest time trying to collect those. But if I'm stealthy, they don't notice me. Cool. Alright, so I got that. I do still need some more of the flowers, though. So, the story's actually pretty good, I'd say. You know, graphics aren't super flashy or anything, especially for a 2018 game. So, you know, minor points down for that. But the combat is pretty solid. Story's pretty good too. Might be a little on the short side though. There are a fair number of side quests to do that can get you easily distracted and make you feel like the story is perhaps a bit longer than it actually is. I'm about to get myself in some trouble here, aren't I? Nope, maybe not. Okay. There's also a decent variety of enemies. It's not like a ton, but it's enough that you have to, you know, pay attention and kind of strategize a little bit depending on what enemies are around. Oh. Two other characters in the overworld. This one's Olia. I have no clue what she does in the overworld, honestly. This one, though, she goes by Ive. Technically, her full name is Ivory Lavender, but she usually just goes by Ive for short. She can sneak around even without any of the special flowers and stuff, like I just picked up. So yeah, different characters with different abilities, I think, is kind of one of the stronger points of this game. Makes it feel a little bit different than a bunch of the others out there. But yeah, my main gripe, well, maybe gripes, plural, I don't know. I'm not going to be able to pick this flower without getting a bunch of attention drawn to myself. Well, I suppose then if I pick the flower, I've got the stealth boost and I can get past these characters anyway. Whoa. It had 9 enemies there that I might have fought. Definitely don't want to do that. Now, I mean, so I mentioned the story being good. Like, it's not exactly like super surprising. It doesn't have any major, like, plot twists and turns or anything like that. It, you know, it's just a decent game with a decent, like, world that it's kind of built. And the story is, you know, kind of your general, you know, group of people who seem like there isn't too much special about them come together and save the world, sort of deal. Now, the main... Okay, so, aside from gaining levels, the main other ways that your characters can, like, kind of be, you know, leveled up, even customized in a way. First off, you've got the different bonds, which, if you look at, you know, the characters here and see the, like, amounts of stars between them, that's supposed to represent their bond with each other. And at certain levels, those bonds will give them certain, like, passive benefits if you've got those. Well, I think it's only if you've got those two paired up in the party. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm fairly confident in saying that. And then the other way of improving your characters is through talent points, which they will get from leveling up, and also from certain levels of bond with other characters. So you open up what's called the talent board here. It's, if you're familiar with Final Fantasy X, it makes me think a little bit of the sphere grid there, except there's not necessarily, like, branching paths for it. Now, this is not all filled up at first. A lot of this had to come later. But, you can kind of customize your character stats a little bit. Like, if I wanted to, I could go into where this resilience talent is and swap it out for another stat boost. And then some of these abilities or other perks, as they call them, I could swap out as long as I've got another talent of the same type. Any of these spots can be swapped out. And of course, every character's got their own separate talent board. Some of them have more abilities than others. Some of them are more stat-focused than others. So it really all just... It leaves you some flexibility with how you use your characters and, you know, boost their stats. Now, another thing I will say is sometimes the equipment can make a significant difference. In fact, it'll actually affect their stats. This is not something... This is not the kind of game where it's real easy to pick up equipment from enemies or different things like that. You might get some materials that can be used to craft other equipment, but even that, it's not like you're very likely to be able to craft stuff all the time throughout the game. But, you know, it is there. Sometimes the different equipment will even change a character's appearance. Like if I swap to the Blizzard Bangle for Taika, he would get more of a bluish color instead of the yellow. That's sort of the default for him. Pat also kind of gets a different look based on the equipment. There's actually, like, a base... Well, I guess for the characters that don't change appearance based on equipment, you can maybe have some different options of how they look just based on the origin talent here. So, tiny little bit of different outfit possibilities there too. Now, maybe not in this battle, but eventually I will try and get myself into a battle with more enemies involved, so that it feels worthwhile to use one other battle feature. Actually, real quick, also going to check on that one. Okay, I need 2 more stealthy shades. Here's one of them. Okay, but I'm really trying to get myself into a larger battle here. So I'm going to sort of speed my way through a bit more. Try and find a big clump of enemies somewhere. Seems like actually up on top of the hill is a better area for that. There are certain parts of the game that get a little, like, kind of fetch questy. If you don't like that, I don't know if this game will be your favorite type, but it's like, overall I'd consider it fairly standard as far as RPGs go. Now, one other thing I will point out is on the family friendly scale, this is about as good an option as you're gonna find. Like, there is nothing in this game that I can really think of that's questionable content-wise. Nothing that you'd want to, you know, keep your kids away from or anything like that. Okay, here we go. So, one more battle mechanic within this game. It has what are called super stances. So if the bond gauge goes up high enough, you've got the ability to, in my case, on Xbox, I could press left bumper. That'll put a character in their super stance, which gives them, unsurprisingly, like, higher powered abilities. Or really, higher powered versions of their regular abilities. So, like, Nard here is kind of the healer. And with his super ability there, he would have healed a lot more than normal. Now with Taika, I think it's pretty much just a matter of dealing extra damage with his attacks. That's pretty much how a lot of the abilities are. A lot of the super abilities are. They're either powered up versions that deal more damage, or in some cases, if it's an attack that would normally only hit a single target, the super version can hit multiple targets at once. In fact, all the targets at once. Yeah, there is also a battle speed option, which I would imagine a lot of people probably want to take some advantage of throughout the game. Combat can feel a little slow at times, especially when you're up against a whole bunch of other enemies. Now, normally, you know, as you're progressing through the game, you get experience with each battle, and if you notice the... Sorry, camera stuff. If you look in the opposite corner from where my webcam is, or opposite side, top left corner, you'll notice all these different bonuses. Those would all increase how much experience the party gets. So the fact that there were 4 more enemies than I had, you know, characters in combat, the fact that nobody got hurt, or just that no one even died, and the multi-enemy times 8 bonus, all of those would have increased the amount of experience that the people in the party gain from that battle. So that's actually a pretty good thing to look for and pay attention to in this game as well as you're going through it. Otherwise, I don't know if I have too much else to talk about. It's hard to say too much about the story and, like, give you, you know, examples of why I might like it or not. So, on the whole, if I were going to rate this game on a scale of 1 to 10, I know I tend to do this with a lot of games. I might give it somewhere in the 7 range. Like, if it was just longer, I would probably give this as high as a 9. Then really my only complaint about it would be the fact that there are sometimes some, like, difficulty spikes that kind of hit you out of nowhere. So, I will say, specifically regarding family friendliness, 10 out of 10. Like, no issues whatsoever with this game. In fact, if you're going to try and introduce the RPG genre to a child, this might be my most recommended first game to try and use as an introduction. At least if you're looking for more of, like, the kind of classic RPGs. The ones that are the ones where the combat's more turn-based, are a little less action-oriented, and things like that. But yeah, on the whole, though, 7 out of 10. There's a few notable shortcomings where this game is not the greatest. The graphics aren't going to blow you away. Story is good, not great. Game's a little on the short side, too, especially as far as RPGs are concerned. So, if you're able to buy the game, I'd say under $10. Definitely if under $5, then I might recommend getting it. Otherwise, I'd maybe shy away from it, because I don't think it's long enough to merit a higher price than that. But, anyway, that's pretty much all I've got to say. I'm going to talk to this guy here, because he's got the stuff with the sneaky blooms, which he's the one I was going around collecting those flowers for. And eventually I'm trying to get this purified air from him, but he has me going on a bunch of other fetch quests and stuff before I can get that. Anyway. Okay. So that about wraps up my thoughts on the game. Hope you all enjoyed the video. Feel free to watch other reviews of mine if you did. And you know what? I'll probably just stop recording there. Pop a separate kind of wrap-up thing as I'm editing. Gain 1 additional armor at the start of the turn. Dang! Okay. Especially with how much I have Pat using bolts. That means he's never going to run out of energy and stuff. I totally forgot to explain that part of the combat. But oh well. Suppose I could also record that right now and... I don't know if it's important enough for me to feel like that's necessary, though. Actually, yeah, because now I'm remembering other things that I might want to talk about regarding the combat. Fortunately, it's still kind of on the same screen. Alright, a little bit more about the combat before I fully wrap this up. Let me give you the full lowdown. So you got your primary abilities. If you're looking bottom left of the screen, you got a few different things you can select there. It's always going to default to the upward position, which that's going to be your primary character abilities. Left is items, which, I mean, you've got... pretty much all of them are going to be healing items of some sort. Down is where if you got the battle bond gauge filled up enough, where the super stances will appear. And if you go to the right where the gears are, it gives you options to swap character positions, which I guess can be useful if you're looking for, like, if you get into a battle, you realize that, oh hey, this particular passive bond ability would really help, so then you can swap some of your characters currently in the party around and get different passive abilities going. Now, next to the abilities that you use, you'll notice there's little, like, yellow square things. You might have 1 or 2, sometimes even 3. That's basically the amount of energy that ability consumes. If you run out of energy, you won't be able to do much. You do regain at least 1 per turn, but some of them require more, and if you want to do that, instead of just the 1 energy abilities, you might have to go over here and just do a rest. If you rest, that'll give you a turn where you're not doing anything, and you can regain energy. There's also the feigned death option, which is kind of your runaway mechanic. Except you just pretend to be dead instead of running away. Okay. I think that's fully and completely all there is to say about the combat. So, now that I've gotten that out of the way, I think that is everything that I have to say about this game. And good grief, why am I dropping frames like crazy? What is wrong? Oh well. Oh yay. Alright, so now that I'm done recording, it's just going to be a matter of wrapping up this battle here, getting myself to a save point, and then I'll switch over to PowerWash Simulator. Jake! Hello. I'd say things are going pretty well. I'm at a spot in Kingdom Hearts 2 where there isn't a whole lot to do without continuing the story. So, decided to pop in a little game review kind of thing here before I dive right into PowerWash Simulator. And how are you, Jake? Alright. I was doing sort of a review of this game, but I'm done with that now. So, on to PowerWash Simulator. Hopefully the frames are not gonna tank too hard. And I can actually, like, keep streaming. Been having some issues with that the past few minutes. Otherwise, I'm doing pretty well. Been, you know, doing stuff at my job like normal. That's, like, it's not too much changing about that. And then, you know, being involved in stuff at church, and yeah, it's just, like, nothing really outstanding per se, but pretty good, all things considered. I'm also, like, this close. Last I saw, literally 1 subscriber away from 300 on YouTube. So, you know, I'm looking forward to that. Next month, I will be doing what some people call Shortstember, where I'll be putting a short video out every day throughout the entire month of September. And that's usually where I hit my biggest spike in viewership and subscribers and all that stuff throughout the year. So, like, there is... I will wonder if the world suddenly came to an end if I do not hit 300 subscribers by the end of September. That'll just be kind of ridiculous. Like, last year, I think I got somewhere in the realm of 20 or 25, maybe even more, just in September. And that was out of a grand total of a bit over 100 for the entire year. So a quarter of that came in 1 month. I'm not necessarily expecting to, you know, get another quarter of this year's total in 1 month. But, like, if I don't get any in September, something is wrong. Alright, and now we're back to this, which I think is the exact same job that I was working on when you were last here, Jake. Or at least when you last saw me playing PowerWash Simulator. The cursed subway. I can neither confirm nor deny that it is cursed. Now maybe I can just kind of go back and forth along different sections of the ceiling here and get it all clean. Or at least this, back and forth along different sections of this part of the ceiling. Or I can just do it this way. So, I forget, Jake, if you saw where I was in Kingdom Hearts 2. I think you were on Tuesday's stream briefly. Basically, I left things off in Maybe that was just Owl that was in on Tuesday. I don't know. Anyway, I'm currently in the Land of Dragons there. Fought up on the mountain summit against the Heartless there, but now, like, I'm at the point where Shan Yu's going into the Imperial City, and we gotta get there and make sure everybody's prepared. It's, you know what? I was answering that, like, pretty much as you asked. Had you tabbed up. Gotcha. So yeah, there's your answer. I did, you know, after progressing the story up to that point, went around, got some of the treasure chests that I could without further progressing the story. Even went back to Hollow Bastion to grab a couple of those that I hadn't gotten up to that point. Did a little bit of gummy ship stuff, but only a little bit. Planning on doing everything, or are you just going to do the story? So, like, Tuesdays, I will be focused primarily on the story, but, okay, well, I'm not going to say that I'm going completionist with it. It'll be kind of similar to how I handled Kingdom Hearts 1, really. Where Tuesdays I'll be focused on the story. If there's other stuff on the side that I know I can fairly reasonably do in a given week without progressing the story any further, I'll do that stuff on Saturdays, assuming it carries over from Tuesday of that week. As far as the whole series, that's primarily going to be my approach as much as possible, but I know there's some games where that's a little more difficult or complicated, or there's just other things about it that I might be less inclined toward doing as much. Sort of like it was with Chain of Memories. Because I know there's a lot more that I could have done in Chain of Memories, but I didn't, just because that's not a game that I really like to do a whole lot of extra in. And, like, are you going to fight all the super bosses, or when you... I think I will at least attempt to do all of the super bosses in Kingdom Hearts 2, yes. Now, if I get, you know, too tired of attempting a particular one or anything like that, even with, like, you know, max level and equipment, I don't know, like, how much harder things get in the final mix, but, you know, if it gets to be that tough, then I might say, okay, forget it. But generally speaking, I'm planning to do as many of the bosses as I can. Probably also try and get as many of the treasures, and, like, again, I might not necessarily go completionist, but I'm gonna try to do at least the majority of the optional things too. Okay, we'll see data.org. Yeah. Now those won't necessarily be in like the edited down videos that I put out as like separate episodes on YouTube, but at least in the live streams I will try and cover as much of that as I feel like I can without just going crazy or getting too bored with any of it. I have not played the final mix. Indeed, I have not, which, I know that, I mean, I'm already seeing the final mix of Kingdom Hearts 2 has a fair bit more to it, relatively speaking, than even compared to the difference of, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 versus that final mix. I've already come across, like, the puzzle pieces, and I've seen from other people that there's, like, you know, some of the optional boss battles and whatnot that are just kind of scattered throughout the worlds. I have not actually seen anybody fighting those battles, at least as far as I can recall. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw Sente playing it once, and there was like a portal thing to do an optional boss battle, and he's just like, I don't think I'm gonna do that right now. Yeah, thinking back on Kingdom Hearts 1 real quick, I maybe, in hindsight, should have been recording when I fought, like, Kurtzisa and, whatever the one enemy, whatever the one super boss in Neverland is. I forget what it's called, but I could have done just, like, a whole big, supercut compilation type video of all the super bosses. Okay, it's just called Phantom. Little boring, but okay. I mean, you know, if they're gonna call Xemnas unknown, then all right, whatever. Stuff in 2, even I have not done. It's my favorite game. Oh. Yeah, now, once I complete the main story of 2, I will still, on Tuesdays, attempt to move on to other games in the series. But Saturdays I might still kind of, you know, pick it up and do more of the optional stuff. Is it just me, or is there, like, a little... just a little lip between the wall that I'm cleaning and the ceiling. Okay, well, there we go. Oh, that's right. This part of the ceiling counts different from... It's like kind of split halfway. There we go, okay. Now maybe I'll focus on this part. So I will say the fact that I'm apparently not going to be able to experience some of the games in the series the way they were originally designed and meant to be experienced is a bit of a bummer. But at the same time, I'm definitely not going to try and go track down, like, you know... I'm not going to try and, like, track down a DS and, like... original copies of those games just to try and do that. In fact, there's some that I'm not even sure are possible anymore, because like some of the mobile games were out for a while and then those got like completely shut down. But I'm not sure if any of those games are the ones that I will be lacking in the experience. What days is the weakest? Really? I mean, I can't say I know enough to have an opinion on, to have an informed opinion on which game in the series would be considered, you know, the weakest. But I'm curious, when you say that, are we talking more from a gameplay standpoint that it's weak, or the story, or both? Union Cross is shut down, but the cutscenes are on YouTube. Okay, gameplay, you think Days is the weakest? Like I kind of said, I wouldn't really know myself, but I'm just gonna try and experience it as best I can. Had some good things. Well, I would think pretty much every game in the series has some good things. It's just a matter of how much you like some of those things compared to the other games, and probably more of a comparative quality thing you know, like a okay to good to better sort of conversation, not so much a like, oh, this is terrible versus, wow, this one's amazing. Oh, why, well, hello. How are you doing today? I'm hoping well, but also understand if you're not and you don't want to talk about it. I'm not gonna, you know, push real hard on anything. Almost done summer seasonal bonus power wash. Nice. Yeah, that's one of the bonus ones that I have not gotten to yet. There's actually quite a bit of the bonus stuff I haven't gotten to yet. And I'm not even just talking about the ones specifically labeled bonus jobs. Alright, I'm attempting as much as possible to use the wall here to my advantage as I clean things. That way I can do it a little bit more organized and less just like, alright, I'm gonna try and go in a line, I veered off, now I gotta correct, and and be all wobbly with that. Alright, so then I'll just kind of aim a little further away from me. I'm missing a little bit of it. Okay, maybe not that far up. There we go. Okay. And now I'll just work my way to the other end. It's surprising how difficult walking straight can be in a video game sometimes. And it's not even like I'm making it more difficult in this case by going sideways. Like if I was going straight ahead, it would still be pretty hard to walk in a totally straight line. Some of these spots on the floor look like they're going to need a little bit of something extra. I'll have to come back to those though. For now, I'm definitely sticking to my method as much as I reasonably can. Another thing about Days, if it was on console and not a handheld, I would like it better, I think. Okay. You think that would have a significant effect on the combat, maybe? No, this is just the person here giving us background history information on the subway here. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and focus on the top of this track here. See, like, straight line. So hard to do. In a way, it's kind of almost like driving in a straight line. You'd think you could just let the wheel go and it would drive relatively straight. Nope. That is not the case. Okay, cool. Track is done. Well, I might as well just keep going from here now. At least for the next pass through here. Yeah, some parts it's like, I know I am going directly over this, but it's not getting clean in some of these spots. I don't get it. It's probably because it's like oil or grease or something like that. Combat in Days is not that bad. It's the standard push button swing key. I don't like how they did level ups and abilities. Oh, okay. That's the issue. Don't really know enough to comment there, but it does make me wonder a little bit how putting the game on console would potentially help with that. Also, now, thing with the story being good in like practically every entry in the series is that if you miss any of it, you miss a bunch of good stuff. I'm really hoping, and forgive me if I said this before, but I'm really hoping the Kingdom Hearts series doesn't wind up getting itself a problem similar to the MCU, where it's like, you know, where it feels like you need to get up to speed on all this stuff if you missed, like, any particular entries. Anyway, there's this grid system. You have to fit your level ups and abilities in. And if you remove the level up chips, you lose the level. Huh. Sounds like that was an attempt at being a little like the Final Fantasy X sphere grid sort of thing. Maybe, kind of, sort of. Definitely with a different, definitely with some tweaks, though, to make it a bit, you know, unique. Actually, that Earthlock game that I was reviewing a little bit earlier, a big part of its level-up system was reminiscent of the sphere grid. I think on console with more memory and storage, they would not have the level mechanic, or maybe I would. So is it like you have to swap out different stat boosts and abilities and stuff sometimes? I mean, that's kind of the sense that I'm getting, but I don't want to assume too much. And then, like, I would hope it's not to where if you swap something out, then like whatever you remove is removed permanently and you can't ever put it back, because that would, I could definitely see a lot of people not liking that. I mean, no, you can swap them in and out. Okay. Now, I would wager my older sister at least would still have a 3DS available. Not as confident about a regular DS at this point, but it also wouldn't surprise me if she did. Considering she, like, specifically went back and got some of the, you know, like, more retro consoles, like a Sega Genesis and a SNES and some other stuff like that, to halfway just to have a collection of those systems. Like, as far as nerd culture goes, and within my family, and who is, you know, most representative of that, I think my standing has actually dwindled a bit over the years. I mean, my older sister was kind of always at the top of that among my siblings, but I think even like my middle, even the middle of my three sisters might be taking my spot at second as of late, because she's been going to some conventions recently. Shoot, she's the one who got me the signed Sonic mini poster there. So... yeah, like... the only sister of mine that I'm pretty sure doesn't really compete with the rest of us as far as your stereotypical nerd culture connections go would be the little sister. The one who just recently graduated high school and is now, like, just starting college. She's a little bit more she's a little bit more of a like music / art buff. Like, if I were gonna try and point to somebody in our family to, you know, name as many bands as the rest of us did not know as possible, that might end up being my little sister. Although, older sister might compete for that title a bit. Not like it's a competition, though. I don't know how my sister is. She's into music like that. Yeah, now, I mean, my little sister, I mean, there's definitely some, like, pop artists that she likes, too, but, she seems to be a bit into, you know, like, kind of some more indie bands and, you know, some of the lesser known ones, or maybe they're just, or maybe some of the ones that she's into are more popular than I realized, and I'm just kind of, you know, that far out of the music scene these days. But, like, multiple of the ones that she seems to like, I haven't really heard anybody else talk about. So that's kind of why I'm describing her music taste the way that I am. Like, I might not listen to a whole lot of radio anymore, but if a certain singer or band gets popular enough, like, I'm enough of a person of the internet to still kind of catch wind of, oh, hey, that singer or band or whoever is kind of popular. Alright, we're at 90% for this job. That means in the time I've been playing this, I have... well, I know I've covered more than 10%. I'm not sure if it's closer to 10 or 20 at this point. Okay, now some of these lights are getting clean and some of them aren't. I did like the exact same thing to all of them. Why? What up with the inconsistency? Oh well. Okay. There's one big section of wall clean. Another big section of wall clean. Now the pipe is clean. Nice. Yeah, I guess with my middle sister, it's not even so much like that. Like, I don't think she spends a whole lot of time playing video games and such, but I guess in terms of TV shows and movies and things of that sort, she's a lot more into some of that, even like some of it that has a sort of nerdier fan base. But yeah, older sister definitely takes the cake on that. I mean, she actually, like, works some different conventions throughout the year, and like, that's, you know, aside from her primary job, that's probably what she spends the most time on, is, you know, organizing, planning, running, things like that. Which, I don't know, is interesting, because my parents aren't really anything like that. They've got, you know, some TV shows here and there that they really like, especially my mom. But with my mom, it's more stuff like, okay, so I mean, there's a couple of shows she's really into. Sometimes it'll, like, sometimes her favorites will change a bit. Different things, like, I know she and my middle sister really got into Cobra Kai since that's been around. So, I mean, if any of it is considered, you know, to have a notable nerd fan base, and it overlaps with what my mom watches, it's probably more so just because it's, like, referential to something from earlier in her life. Like, I doubt she'd really be that interested in Cobra Kai were it not for the Karate Kid movies. Although, okay, so I will say, while video games in particular aren't necessarily, you know, like my parents engage much with those, board games and card games, like, my family plays those all the time, has played those all the time, and probably will continue to do so for as long as they have the mental capacity. Seems like just about every time I go back home to visit my family that my parents have some new board or card game that they want to introduce me to. So, yeah, that, like, I suppose games in general are fairly significant within my family. Like, growing up, I'd say that was practically more weekends than not. We'd wind up playing a board game, especially during the months or just days in general when the weather wasn't quite as nice. And when we wouldn't do that, it'd be fairly common to, like, go out and play some mini golf or go bowling or things of that sort. It does seem like taking, like, full-on trips to places has become more common for my immediate family in recent years. But those things that I've just mentioned are kind of more the fallbacks, you might say, for my family. Platform walls. What platform wall is it? Staircase wall. Tunnel wall. End platform wall. Yeah. Once again, it's like, where's the dirt? That's considered a tunnel wall, not a platform wall. Unless it's, maybe it's one of those, like, really... No, it's called a ceiling wall. Alright. Time to consult the list. I have not had to do that once. Until now, in this job. Platform ledge. Alright, well. Let's just have a look around here. Oh. Okay. There we go, job complete. Huzzah! Like, really? And time-lapse time. See, and look how organized that all looks. How, you know, how planned out, how... Actually, I guess orderly would have been the better term, as opposed to organized. Alright, I'm mostly trying to get through the main campaign stuff in PowerWash Sim right now. Because then I should have access to everything in the shop, even though pretty much all of it's cosmetic now. And I don't really care too much about the cosmetics. Hold up. Extension off for now. It's another amusement park thing? Or, like... I don't know, county fair or whatever. Woohoo, cosmetics. Yeah, I'm like, I honestly don't care that much about cosmetics. Like, the vast majority of the time in video games.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Hello, Owl. Hey, I'm washing things, so hopefully that'll make it all stink less. And once I'm done with stream, I plan on washing myself. How is everyone? Well, I'm doing pretty well. Much the same as the past few weeks. Not a whole lot of change to report on my end. I am really, really close. I mean, last I saw, literally one subscriber away from 300 on YouTube. And that's when I'll have to keep myself honest and actually do the stuff that I said I would do once I hit 300. Where is there still dirt on the handrail? Oh. Okay, I see. Under the... At least most of it is. For the record, that is not to say that I've been, like, avoiding or not wanting to do the stuff that I said I would do. Once I hit certain subscriber marks. Doing great. Decided to change up my X account. Get myself bad space short. Much overdue change up with new header, icon, and bio. Nice. Can't seem to fully get under there. Still don't know why the one handrail won't say that it's clean. There we go. Okay. I might have a little time to take a gander at it once the stream's over. Especially depending on when I wrap up the stream. And yeah, Jake, I know you weren't taking a shot at me or anything. just... I did realize, though, that the way that I said it might have come across like I wasn't wanting to do certain things, maybe, that I said I would do. Actually, no, if anything, it should be better overall for me once I do that, because at 300 YouTube subscribers was when I said I would finally make a, you know, supporter page, you know, where people can contribute financially if they so choose, and not just through, like, you know, Twitch subs and the like. Really is quite bothersome that I can't get under, like, I can't physically get myself under this stuff. Yeah, the staircase is really close to being fully clean. What am I missing? Okay, staircase is clean. Cool. And once again, the handrail is being stubborn. There we go. Okay. Put stream stuff there hardly anymore. It's such a bad space where I mainly ranted about TV and movies. Even if you don't post, it's fine. A whole bunch of my friends. Yeah. If it weren't for the fact that I'd basically be paying Elon Musk, who I don't necessarily want to give more money to, it might have actually been beneficial to, you know, get the premium X subscription thing or whatever, specifically to have access to the Grok AI. Because that actually came up as something that my work asked if I had access to. Which implies that if I did have access to it, there would be projects I could do for my work specific to that. But because I don't have that premium subscription, I had to say, nope, sorry, can't do it. If I did pay for that subscription, I suppose there would be the added benefit of probably you know, getting my posts boosted a little more within its algorithm and stuff. Not that I care a ton about that, but, you know, it doesn't exactly hurt, if I'm being real. Never pay for blue. And I'm pretty sure it'd be pretty easy for me to work, you know, an extra, like, 40% of an hour per month to make the extra money to pay for that subscription if I really needed to. But I don't consider that something that I need to do. If that comes across my board again, I might think about it, but I'd be doing it just as much for access to other projects as anything else. To other work projects. It's a treasure chest. Well, it looks like a treasure chest. Could just be any chest. Doesn't necessarily have to have treasure in it, I guess. Yeah. I actually just saw a post on there from Elon today talking about them, you know, working to tweak their algorithm so stuff from accounts with smaller followings maybe actually get a little bit more of a boost in the future. And, you know, the big accounts aren't necessarily prioritized as much as they might currently be. But for every post of his that I see and go like, that might be nice, or hey, that seems like a decent idea, I see another one where it's like, yeah, nope, there it is. I can't say I like that. Or just something that rubs me a little bit the wrong way, like I guess in some interview or something of his fairly recently that he then shared a snippet of on, I'll call it X because, you know, we're talking about him and his platform, but he was talking about his, you know, other companies, namely SpaceX and Tesla, and pretty much pulling a Trump, saying that, like, oh yeah, his companies make the best rockets, and that, you know, Tesla makes the best cars. And it's just like, okay, really? You the best? You really think you're being objective there? Okay, I'm gonna get this stool here so I can maybe hop up on top of this, like, canopy tarp cover thing. Yeah. pretty strong canopy, I gotta say. That can, you know, support a human body. Hold up, where's... Okay. I'm like, where's the dirt on this post? Before I go too far up that way, I should probably finish the table and stuff down here. What am I missing for the table? And the crystal ball there. Ah, okay. I'm not sure I see how I would have missed all that dirt on the crystal ball, but okay. There we go. Alrighty. Now maybe I'll go back here and work on cleaning the top of this. Yeah, I know. It's like... It looked to me almost like if a crystal ball fused with a fish bowl. Which... I guess... Technically... As long as it is a ball that is made of something crystalline, you can count it as a crystal ball. Even if there's a whole bunch of other, like, decorations or whatever inside of it. Reminds me of marble. Which, there are definitely, like... So actually, one of my best friends from high school is now a glass blower. Owns a business doing that and everything. And a lot of the ornaments and stuff that he makes are these, like, just... I guess they kinda are marble looking, but they'll also, like, even just the way that it has different colors built into it can kind of change. He's got some of them that, I forget what he calls them exactly, but like void marbles or something like that, I want to say, where if you look at it from a certain angle, it looks like you're looking into some sort of like a vortex. It's kind of crazy the amount of stuff that can apparently be done with just glass. And some different things to, you know, add color and different, like, heat treatments and whatnot. Okay. Sorry, noting the messages. So apparently this thing that we're cleaning is like a fortune teller's cart. And the fortune teller is the one sending us messages. Just said something about us basically saving the world somehow. Alright. Where's the dirt that I'm missing on this sign here? Okay. Suppose that's not too surprising. Okay. That's all done. Phooey. I didn't want to fall like that. So getting the sides might be a little awkward without a ladder or something. Or actually, I guess it would be the front and back. Oh, saving the world through washing. Did not see that coming. Yeah. Although, I don't know, with some of the stuff that's been discussed in this game and all the different things about volcanoes and all of that, I don't know. Maybe... maybe there's some secret thing going on that is like deep down in the earth and it's like dirty and about to explode, but if we clean it then it'll be fixed and then the world will be saved. I don't know. But main point being, this game has been trying to like plant little bits of things not quite being, you know, just regular, average, everyday, boring life of a power washer here. Maybe it's the whole underside going around the entirety of it. Yeah, seems like it. Okay. Did not have that in my bingo card today. Well, if you're getting a new bingo card every day, maybe that's your problem. Although, gotta get new bingo cards to keep up with the new events, right? What is still dirty about the chimney here? Every little section of the roof here counts individually. Yay. here. That one's good, that one's good, that one's good. Okay. Still not sure what the deal is with the chimney. And why it's not totally clean. So I'm not seeing any dirt on it. Seriously, chimney, what is your problem? Oh, there we go. Okay, like, it was just a really awkward angle to try and get. Okay. Seems like everything that the roof, other than these little decorations here, maybe. Seems like everything else without the roof is clean. And that might make me get a ladder, darn it. Okay, well. Oh well, things happen. Or maybe I'll just focus on more of the major parts of this before going real deep into the details. Okay, so random conversational bit, man. It's been kind of funny, a little strange, bit nostalgic, noting the fact that, you know, the song Bye 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 from NSYNC has kind of been trending on social media lately. Apparently thanks to the new Deadpool movie. Because, like, that was, like, I'm gonna say mid-childhood for me. I was, like, maybe preteen age at that point when that song was, you know, first released. Especially on TikTok, like, there's so many TikTok videos that are, like, breaking down the dance moves for it. I bet you there's a bunch of people from my generation that, like, knew all that stuff by heart decades ago. Used to listen to that song a lot back when I was a kid. Yeah, I mean, it was one of the big pop songs of the time, and my older sister was particularly a fan of NSYNC back then. I'm also not sure I'm allowed to hate on them too much nowadays because of, you know, well, especially with Lance Bass voicing Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts stuff. What's crazy is, back then, I don't think that was even my favorite song from that album. It was... Also, it was kind of weird how my family wound up getting... or having their, discography, you might say, because the first CD NSYNC ever released, you know, their debut album, we got as a CD. The third one, we got as a CD. The second one, cassette tape. And thus, because of my mom's car, at least being, at least the older one that she had, maybe when we first got that, having a cassette player and not a CD player, that's the one we would end up listening to in the car all the time, and just, yeah. Went to get a snack, what did I... Lance Bass had it on his Twitter profile. Yes. Yeah, we're talking about NSYNC being or at least the song Bye 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 being popular again. You know, OG Sephiroth on his Twitter profile, apparently. Yeah, I don't think he was the only one who voiced Sephiroth in the Kingdom Hearts series. Also, I don't think he was the one to originally voice Sephiroth, like, back in... Actually, was Sephiroth even voice acted in Final Fantasy VII originally? Because if not, then Kingdom Hearts 1 might have been the first game in which Sephiroth had a voice actor. So stand by what I said, that song. Well, Jake, you are entitled to your opinion. I'm fine with, you know, a little nostalgia kick from it under the current circumstances. OG7 didn't have voices. Gotcha. Okay. Huh. First guy to voice Sephiroth in English. Okay. It's the sides of the door, I guess. Assume the Japanese voices would have come first. Well, yeah. True. Almost done with this job. Much shorter one than the previous job. I guess I got all those decorations. I didn't think I did, but I guess I did. Alright, ladder's gonna have to go elsewhere for the moment. I guess I'll put it back here. Okay, so this part I can go underneath. It's just where the steps were I couldn't. Alrighty. That's helpful. Probably. Back from ads. I don't think you missed much, Owl. I'm almost done with this. Conversation topic may or may not be shifting. So we're clear, you know, American here. When you say women's football, we're talking soccer. At least that would be my guess. Because if we're talking women's American football, I could see why you'd be like, ugh. Yeah, the only women's American football that I have ever seen any ads for, they're all like not wearing a ton. So I could definitely see people being like ugh when, you know, coming across that. Yeah. Shoot, when football discussions come around, even my older sister will be like, "No, American football is not football. It's like what do you do? In soccer, you have foot, you kick ball. It is football. In American football, you have egg-shaped thing. You use hand. It is not football, it is hand egg." But a football is a foot long. Yeah, no, that was just me, pretty much taking on the role of my older sister for a second when talking about sports that are called football. But yeah, the time when I was most into, what the rest of the world calls football was probably when I was in college, and that's mostly because that was the main sport of the college that I went to. Because they were too small of a college, at least then, to have a American football team, or an American football team, whatever. Alright, well, I'm really struggling in some ways to figure out how to reach some of the dirt that's left in this job. Now that's the axle mount. But what's dirty about it then? I don't even see a whole lot of dirt here. Also, just while we're on the topic of sports and my older sister, she actually played rugby while she was in college. At least for a little while. Which, American football definitely more closely resembles rugby. Rugby's brutal, yeah. And that's probably why she stopped playing it after the first year. I did not do any sports in college. Most sports I did at any point in my life was I played baseball on like a traveling team in 6th grade. And then, of course, I took Taekwondo. I say, of course, because I have mentioned that previously in streams. Kind of think women's sports will be dead soon and that there's no turning back for reasons. Yeah, rugby is like, imagine if American football fused with soccer. There's no padding. It's a lot more, like, consistently active. A lot more running going on. And people do still get tackled in rugby, even though there's, like, no padding. There also are not things like a line of scrimmage or whatever in rugby, I don't think. I'm not, like, super knowledgeable about it. Um. Oh yeah, I guess when I was real little, I kind of sort of played soccer and basketball. Huh. There we go. Okay, axle mount is clean. Wheel is clean. Wheel is clean. You know what? Might want to start consulting the list to see what. Well, apparently the decorative trim on the wall here is dirty in some way. Just the decorative trim. Alright, you know what? Let me swing the ladder around here. See if that helps me find whatever's dirty. Yeah, that helped. Is it like Quidditch? You know, minus golden snitch stuff, minus the flying, minus the, like, throwing, or, like, minus the throwing things at each other, or, like, you know, whacking any quaffle equivalent. We're still kind of talking sports, Jake, in case you're wondering. So, you know, rugby's kind of like Quidditch, except it's missing pretty much all the major elements of Quidditch. Maybe, like, the scoring structure of it is sort of similar. Or at least the scoring methods are kind of similar. Yeah. It's just like it, except everything's different. Maybe over. Oh yeah, jeez. How was I missing all that? Okay. Roof trim still apparently has just a little bit of dirt on it somewhere. Not too sure where, though. Well, it's not the roof trim, but I see dirt here. I clean dirt there. Something about one of these shutters or frames or something here. Still dirty. There we go. Why, Wows, appreciate the lurk. Hope you have a good evening. Or at least evening for me. Yeah, it's... Alrighty. I'm missing a little bit of roof trim still. Which one, though? Or is that the stuff that I need to actually, like, go all the way up onto the roof for? Roof trim. This roof trim. Okay, I'm not sure where it was dirty, but it's clean now. Got those windows clean. Roof decorative trims. Okay, so that's specifically like the parts that are red. And it's the ones at the front and the back. Interesting. Okay, well maybe I do need to get the ladder and actually like spray them from a higher angle. Okay, yeah, I guess somehow that was the answer. So I suppose I will do the same here. Except I'm hoping I can just put the ladder in the middle for this one. Yeah, okay. Side panel. What side panel? Oh. Okay. Skylight roof ribs. Well, that's going to be all the way up here. Wall trims. It's over here. Oh. And there's also a little bit of stuff down in here. Okay. Going to probably lurk 2. Still not finished that Riley Gaines book. Okay. I appreciate your lurk as well. Nice to know you all still want to support, even while doing other things. Okay. Wall decorative trims. This one apparently needs to be cleaned a bit more. I'm not sure where exactly, but now it is clean. Okay. And then what other wall decorative trim do we have here? I see a roof decoration that still is not totally clean. But that is not a wall trim. Or wall decorative trim. Okay, real quick, gonna put that over there. Yeah, that chest's clean already, okay. Yeah, that wall decorative trim is done. So what in the... Where is there another decorative wall trim? Decorative wall trim. Not down there. I already got the one on the front here. Oh, okay. So it's probably that, but on the other side. Literally the second I start spraying it. Wow. Window frames. Right, which frame? Okay. So, some chest needs some more cleaning. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Maybe, yeah, there we go. Entry platform and the fortune cards. Entry platform. Fortune cards, I would think that's what those are on the roof. No, that says fortune sign. Fortune cards. So like, one of these. There we go. Job complete. Huzzah! Ancient statue. Has a bit of an Egyptian look to it. think this is like kind of random connection, but I think this job is one that I actually saw like Markiplier working on in a certain video / stream VOD of his. Man, this looks like a full-on archaeological dig. Oh geez, all that stuff that just looks like, you know, it's sand or, well, the stuff that looks like it's just a type of stone. Turns out, nope, all that's some kind of dirt, maybe sand. Oh, hello. Got, like, spines on the back? Clearly not just your average, like, pharaoh statue kind of thing. It's a Pharaohsaurus statue. I don't know. See, that would be the time to pull out the "this guy stinks," and I would not be at all confused. Oh, geez, and all these different, like, cracks and stuff indicate different stone slabs and, ugh. Alright, well, I'm not gonna focus too much on all the little details just yet. It does make you wonder a little bit how one would actually go about cleaning something of this sort. I mean, I would figure a lot of times in, like, actual archaeological digs, they would make an effort to be careful with how they clean stuff so that they don't wind up, like, breaking it or washing away anything important. It might be on it. Alright, let's get a bit of an extension in here. Well, I guess some of that stuff that's up higher I could just get from a higher angle. Certainly seems to be an option. See, I'm already 40% done with this. That would have me thinking, oh wow, maybe this isn't going to take all that long. But all the little cracks and crevices separating the different stone slabs and whatnot, I mean, it's not like I think it's going to take forever, but it's, might not be as quick as my current rate of cleaning would indicate. Alright. Maybe now I'll go up to a bit of a higher spot, like this. Definitely seems like the best way to get the outer part of the arms. For a second, I was trying to look a little closer at the statue to see if the spiny part was actually just like something the person of the statue was like just wearing. But no. Alright, Jake. Have a good evening. God bless. Hope your streams go well and all. Hope you have a bunch of good stuff happen. I think that's maybe like the second thing in this whole job that I've gotten the little ding clear note on. And I don't even know what it was that I got fully cleaned there. Though I probably could if I looked at the list. Okay, this does appear to... the person who was leaving messages did mention something about, aquatic ape theory. This statue does seem now like it might be of some sort of mer person. Noticing the, longer ears. And that would also explain the spines on the back a little bit, maybe. Alright, well. I'm at the last 15% of it. Problem is, the last 15% of it is mostly in just all the tiny little cracks and crevices throughout this statue. Let's see here. Can I... Yes, I can. I was like... I was thinking, can I jump onto the statue? And the answer is clearly yes. Okay. Now I might just have to go back down to the bottom and work my way back up again from there, just based on... Oh, except this time I'll be focusing more on the tiny little cracks and crevices in between slabs and stuff of that sort. Looks like there's some rust going on here, maybe. On the necklace. The fact that the entire statue is blue, though, kind of makes me wonder, is it like... What would this even be made of? Like cobalt? Ooh, nice. Just realized I didn't necessarily get like a really low angle along this side, but oh well. Wow, it's actually letting me stay on here. I thought for sure I would just fall off if I went to the front like this. Although, pretty soon it's probably going to be more practical to get a ladder. There we go. I was like, I'd really prefer not feeling like I gotta crouch down. Especially when it comes to cleaning off this necklace. Okay, you know what? I'm thinking it's ladder time. Ladder doesn't even get me all the way up to the face on this thing, though. Okay. Cool. Getting some pieces cleared. How exactly am I... Oh. I was like, how am I supposed to get the face? Duh. There's scaffolding. But before I worry too much about that, perhaps I'll focus more on what I can get at the ground level. Yeah, as I figured. The time main time taker of this job is seeming like it's going to be all the little cracks and little bitty details all around this thing. And I know for sure the scaffolding is not going to help me get back here. But I suppose when it comes to the back, it'll be a lot easier to get that stuff from the more permanent looking structure there. Okay, think it might be time for the scaffolding. Oh, dang. Okay, let me pick it up from all the way over there. Nice. So probably set it up like that. Get the super long extension going here. Come on. All the little details. Oh yeah, this is where I'm really going to be able to work on the face, I would think. Okay, maybe not like this level of the scaffolding specifically, but... %. Not too bad, honestly. For the amount of time that this has taken. And all the detail that's involved. Now I'm all the way at the top of the scaffolding. Okay. Well, maybe I need to try and move it a little closer? I don't know if that's really the issue. Tell you what. Let me try getting back up onto the sides and stuff like this. See, since I'm getting little details mostly, I figure keeping the long extension on is probably the best way to go. There are some little things here that it's like, okay, I see that's dirty. I'm going over it. But it doesn't quite seem to get clean right away. In some cases. Oh, 99%. So I hope it's not going to be too much longer. I mean, even though I could see this being the kind of job where the last 1% takes almost as long as the entire rest of it, most of the time this game is lenient enough where it's not quite that bad getting all the tiny little details. Alright, going up a little higher. Every once in a while, there's a tiny little bit of something that I'll end up cleaning that I'm just like, I wasn't even trying to clean that, but hey, sure, I'll take it. Might have to break out the list here soon. Alright, I might have to break out the list here. But before I do that, at least really intently, seems like well, I've got an ad break coming up on Twitch. And I'll probably take advantage of that to take a quick break myself. So, yeah. I'll be back in a bit. Okay. I'm back. And should be able to fairly soon finish this job here. Arm slabs. Okay, which arm slabs need to be cleaned? Looks like we got a few in here. That's one. Two. This one is still not quite clean. There is the dirt on it. There we go. Is that all the arm slabs? I'm not totally sure. Yes, that is in fact all the arm slabs. Okay. Chest slabs. And wait for it. 3. Okay. I think that was all the rest of those. The crystal pendant, ear slabs. Eyes, face. Oh, I just realized I think this is all listed in like alphabetical order. How is this spine still dirty? Out of all the possible ones. Okay, clearly not getting that from this angle. Maybe from here? Yeah, okay. Forehead plate, helmet crest, necklace. Didn't want to just jump immediately up to the, like, really high up stuff. Shoulder slabs. Okay. Slightly higher angle, maybe. There we go. Okay. Now it seems like it's pretty much all going to be this stuff that's like head level. Face, eyes, ears. Okay, apparently it's the other ear. Gotta run over here. Okay, that's a helmet slab that I was not intentionally cleaning, but hey. Fine by me. Alright, might have to go all the way on top. To clean the part of the ear that I'm missing. Noticing other little bits of dirt up around here too. The ear's the main focus, but I can't seem to get the part of the ear that I need. Ooh, hello. That was a helmet slab. Where is... Okay. Ear is done. Where might the helmet crest still be dirty? Yeah, maybe right there. Alright. The crystal pendant. I cannot see... any dirt on the pendant? Okay, but I got it clean anyway. Let me see about the rest of the necklace too while I'm at it. Ah, okay. That makes sense for a spot that I would have missed. Cool. Necklace is done. Okay. Helmet slabs. Still a couple of those to get. I don't think I can jump back up on top the same kind of way that I jumped down. Okay. Both of them are kind of off to this side here. Extension. Cool. Eyes, face, forehead. Seems like I'm gonna have to do all that from the scaffolding here. Come on. And it seems like it's just one of each, because otherwise there would be like a multiplier thing next to it. It'd be like face slabs ×2 or something like that. Okay, there's the face slab. There's the eye. Forehead plate slab. Okay, clearly it's this one. Where might the forehead plate slab be dirty? Maybe an even higher angle shall reveal the answer. Or not. Okay, maybe I was wrong and I actually need a lower angle. There we go. Whoa. Maybe this is the thing we do that has us saving the world in a way. It's going towards the volcano. So maybe it's got some sort of mystical power to keep the volcano from erupting. I mean, the stunt plane. Okay, well, that's only a 400. Shouldn't be too long. Okay, so that was weird. What was weird, Calvin? Just as I was getting off brush this, there was this huge flash of light. Thought I was a gunner for sure, but no, the volcano just instantly calmed. Starting to gurgle again now. Whatever it was should hopefully buy us some time to get everyone out of Muckingham. See, like a few jobs ago when we were cleaning, I think it might have even... It was the Helter Skelter or one of the amusement park or carnival things. One of the rides. There was mention of the volcano spewing ash. Or something like that. See, and then a little later we get the fortune about saving the world. And then there's the thing with that statue that helps keep the volcano from erupting, at least for a while. So yeah, it turns out there's actually kind of some plot to this. Briefcase that they were carrying. And went around toward possibly some shady people coming through this airport here. Interesting. Now, if we end up cleaning something directly at the scene of the volcano, that... Well, with the way it's been going, it feels like that would honestly be kind of a fitting end to it all. Oh, really? Something else in the desert? Every day brings a new reason to keep your... Okay. There's a celeb couple flying out tonight. So I guess person runs or otherwise works at the airport here and is now talking about stuff that it's like they pretty much got to keep it quiet. Because they don't want to spill the beans and, you know, give room for the gossip. Alright. Bunch of little spots here. Just don't want to get cleaned quite as easy. At some point, this billionaire, probably the most secretive in the world, is flying in. Business acquaintance of mine. Probably the most interesting of the lot. Lives in a cave like a superhero. You mean like Batman? Says he's accessorized the heck out of it, and that he's gonna take me one day. Oh, the possibilities and connections, like story or lore wise or whatever you want to call it. Like if they ever did a collab with freaking DC Comics or even just Warner Brothers for the movies or whatever, then you literally could have, you know, Batman as a character within the game. Now, I'm not saying that whoever was just being described was Batman, but it sure sounded a lot like a Batman type person. Or at least Bruce Wayne. Some of this stuff, it's like I gotta go just a little bit slower because there's like, I don't know, some sort of oil or whatever that seems to be mixed in with the dirt. Of course, I suppose the other option for it is just go back and forth really fast. You know, instead of taking the slow and steady approach to trying to get out more of a greasy, oily, stuck on kind of stain. Anyway, I was working on this thing, and then I saw more dirt and got sidetracked. Seems real easy for me to do with this game. Okay. That whole unit there is the exhaust. I don't know why for a second I got to thinking that it was just like the vent part there that was the exhaust. Okay, 99%. Doing pretty good here, and I have not even had to consult the list. A little bit of the fuselage somewhere. Okay, color stuff is fine. Hold up. Is there still dirt? There we go. Okay. That makes sense. The rudder isn't totally clean. Where is it dirty? Is it dirty down under here, maybe? Or along the back here? Oh, I cleaned something else that I wasn't even really concentrated on. Upper wing. Upper wing. Tiny bits of dirt along the top here, maybe. And oh, hold up. I saw a little something there. Yeah, okay. That might be it. Yup. And upper wing ailerons. It's got to be this one. There we go. Okay. Time lapse. And let's see here, 500 for an ancient monument. Maybe? I mean, unless I got into one of the bonus jobs or something like that. But honestly, I feel like most of those would probably take just about as long. Solar station. Paintball area in the Spanish Villa. Yeah, maybe not the submarine. But I got a little time to spare. So I wonder if this is going to have any connection to that big statue thing. It sure looks like it does. Strange how that index finger is pointing in that specific spot. Don't you think? Nothing in that direction for miles until you hit the coast, in fact. I mean, the marina is there, but it wasn't back in those days. Maybe there's something actually out in the ocean. In that direction. Maybe it's the lost world of Atlantis. Perhaps there's some being from mythology that turns out is actually real, and we have disturbed it, and that's what's causing the volcano to be active now, and I don't know. Yeah, I remember seeing a game theory video about this game, and what I don't remember is it talking much at all about a lot of the stuff that we're seeing here. Then again, if I'm honest, half the time, if I've got a YouTube video on, I'm doing something else simultaneously, so I'm a bit distracted. I mean, I usually have the videos up while I'm eating, but it's the whole process of the meal that's going on while I have videos playing. So, like, I could be in the kitchen making the food and not exactly hear and see all the details from the video. Or it could be that, like, as it got near the end, I was doing something else, like unimportant, unrecorded video game things that maybe distracted me from noticing when it might have brought up some of this stuff. Suppose it could be pointing to the stars. Andromeda would have been at that exact spot around 8,000 years ago. How would you know where, especially seemingly that quick, that Andromeda would have been in that exact location 8,000 years ago? That seems like an absolutely insane amount of knowledge to be able to just recall. At the drop of a hat. There's a lot of little details that I'm missing. A lot of little bits of dirt, more accurately, that I'm missing. See, this statue at least, or part of the statue, or whatever it is, this at least doesn't seem like it's gonna really require me getting a ladder or anything like that. Like, I can walk around and upon this entire thing, pretty much. Unless I need, like, a really specific angle on a certain thing. I would think I could just do a lot of it like this. All the way out onto this finger here. Okay. May end up needing a little help from a ladder or something to get the sides of the finger. Seems like I can get a bit more quickly when I'm not, like, right up against it. But there's so much of this that just the way that it's curved and the way that I'm, like, having to walk on it, kind of have to be, like, right up next to it. in order to actually get it clean. In contact with the fire chief. Evacuations are taking place for everyone in Muckingham. Close fire helicopter. Blah 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 blah. Tell you what, let me get a good look at the other side of this thing now. I don't think I've gotten a single part of this fully cleaned yet. Like, to where it does the little ding. But whatever, that's not a really big deal. I'd probably have to go back over everything and check for details anyway. Also, you know what I've realized? Ever since getting, like, the most powerful power washer in the game, I have basically had no need whatsoever to use the turbo nozzle, or even really the 0 degree nozzle. I cannot recall needing to do that so far, other than, I mean, maybe sometimes if there's been some rust or something like that. I've used the turbo nozzle just to, like, quickly get the tiny little bits of it. New job available. Yeah, there is the marina. Okay, whatever. I just realized that there are 6 fingers. What else have we missed? I don't know. Good question. Counting the thumb, there are indeed 6 fingers. Thumb plus 5 other fingers makes total of 6. That's what I was trying to say at first. You know, with all this stuff resembling giant body parts, I don't know. I just got the idea of, like... I mean, I know we had the one statue thing that probably had rather, you know, large eyes that I was cleaning, but if there was something, like, of this size that was just a giant eye that I was cleaning, my brain totally just, for a second, went like, hey, you know, I bet you that'd make a really great Clear Eyes commercial. Except rather than just a little power washing thing, it would be, I don't know, some giant cascade of water. Maybe even like a typhoon or something like that. I don't know. Now this, on the other hand, could be, you know, setting for like a Gold Bond commercial or whatever. One of those, like, you know, skin creams that are supposed to help moisturize and maybe even heal some of the, like, cracked skin that people get sometimes. Volcano is about to blow sky high. All that cleaning you did for our bungalow will be for nothing. Oh no. Car is still looking good though, and safely packed away in the garage. Okay, why did you feel the need to tell me this? I bet you there's a whole bunch of tiny little bits of dirt that I'm not quite getting. Although if the palm all counts as one unit, then hopefully missing little tiny bits here and there won't be too bad. I would imagine if there truly is an explanation for where this is pointing and all that, that we will learn about that some point within the next few jobs. Or at least by the end of the career campaign thing. Well, I was hoping to do this job and wrap up the stream before the next ad break. Seems like that's maybe not really going to happen. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say that it's probably not going to happen. Alright, now is when I start paying attention to the little details a whole lot more. And some perhaps slightly larger details. I noticed they just called that part hand, but I'm like, the whole thing is a hand, isn't it? So, like, right? How you just gonna call that hand? But then I got to thinking, hold up, what is the, like, what's the proper term for the back of your hand? I mean, I imagine there's got to be a, you know, more scientific single word term for that, right? Okay. Finally got some stuff totally clean. Even got the little dings of approval. Oh geez, I missed a whole bunch of dirt up on the right hand side. Get it, right hand side, because it's the right side of the hand. But sometimes people also just say right hand to refer to something that is on the right. Yeah, I don't. I have never claimed to be a particularly funny person. Nor do I intend to start claiming that. In fact, when I first said right hand side, I wasn't even planning on turning that into a joke. Come on. At 97%, not completely out of the question that I could finish this for the next ad break. Still not exactly counting on it, though. I think I know where the cutoff point is to where it's no longer considered the hand. At least not the largest, broadest portion of the hand. Okay, cool, got the wrist right there, but what about the main part of the hand? I was trying to focus on that. Hey, there we go. I imagine there's a lot of detail missed on the inside of this. What am I missing for this part here? I mean, I know there's both an interior and exterior portion of it. So maybe it's the exterior. I don't really see... Ah. There we go. That did it. Oh, hello. Got some dirt down low here on the fingers. And in between the fingers. On the outside here. Okay, you know what? Yeah. I can hop on like that. Get some of these little cracks and gaps in here. Especially spots like that. Well, not quite complete. before the ad break hit. Pretty close. Oh, jeez. Okay. You know what? I might need a little bit of something. Also, since I'm not completing this in time, I'm just real curious. Okay. It's not going to let me, like, run off toward the sunset to end up finding anything. Do I have any equipment here? Like, any ladder or stool or anything like that? I'm not seeing any. Huh. Quite unusual. No matter. At least I hope it doesn't matter. My main concern was some of that stuff that seemed like it was on the very tip of the finger. But oh well, that section's clean, so no big deal. Oh yeah, all kinds of dirt in between the fingies. Okay, 2 webbings and 2 proximal finger phalanges. No, phalanges. The game seems to be mixing up its terminology a little bit. So I didn't think phalanges was the plural of phalanx. Okay. And the other bit of webbing that needs to be cleaned is this one. I'm not sure what's dirty about it, though. There we go. Proximal. No. Oh, it's the upper one. Okay, there we go. Job complete. That seems like an odd angle for the time lapse, because like you don't get to see the inside or the other side of it, or I don't know. Whew, geez. 1150 for the fishing boat there. Good golly. I guarantee you that would take a while. Okay, well, I think that's gonna have to do it for tonight then. I appreciate everybody stopping by, watching, lurking, chatting, all that good stuff. Next week may or may not feature as much PowerWash Simulator. There might end up being some Kingdom Hearts 2 in the mix. I don't know. I'm getting, I'm making some progress in that game. But so far, a lot of the progress that I've made has not, lent itself to lots of exploring and collecting of things. But we'll just have to wait and see. Alright. Gonna whip up a raid for somebody here. I kind of already have someone in mind, assuming they are still on. Yeah. Okay. Been a little bit since we've hopped on over to Sente. So, that's gonna do it for me. Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully I will see you soon for another live stream. Feel free to check out YouTube videos in the meantime. But yeah. Whatever the case is, until then, stay cool, everybody.